Test.
One's working. That one's working. Those ones are.
Check. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening all and welcome to the spiritual home of roller skating, the South Side of Chicago! We want to welcome you back to home team ready with Chicago's premier women and gender expansive flat track derby organization, the Windy City Rollers. Welcome to all our home team fans and new derby friends as we close out our season here at the 50-year celebration for the rink. Tonight, all three of our 2026 home teams come together for a final clash for the Juana Rumbel Cup. After a furious tie-breaking round robin on January 7th, our final seeding has the Hells Bells and Double Crosser kicking off our action for third place, while the attackers and the Fury skate for the Juana Rumbel Cup and 365 days of bragging rights. Tonight also marks the return of full format roller derby, which means 60-minute games, 30-minute halves, and skaters going all out for the entire time. Are you ready? Are you ready? My man Jack DePaul came all the way down from Milwaukee for this, and now it's showing him that. Are you ready? Now let's get right to it. Jack DePaul as our first lineup announcements. 0, Generous Bunny. Number 606, Gordita. Number 642, Code Green. Number 718, Baby Rage. Number 838, Roller Eclipse. Number 87, Julia. And number 96, Live Furious. On the bench tonight for the Hell's Bells, we've got Meister, Buttercup, Robin, and Deep Rock. And now they're up for the double crossers. The captain, number 815, of Mother Level. Number 018, Ajax. Number 030, Salty Beach. Number 11, Clam Slam. Number 119, Penny Beach Red Bull. Number 1337, Booby Trap. Number 185, Maserati. Number 20, Millie Applebine. Number 304, Montgomery Brawl. Number 314, Val Raymond. Number 32, Abby. Number 33, Dave Zeus. Number 34, Taco Bella. Number 333, Big Goodall. Number 420, Harry Jane. Number 825, Surgical Steel. And number 93, Smackery Binks. On the next line for the double crossers, Riz Arrington, Chris Cross, and Natty Bone Crusher. Our officials for our first game: Machete Page, Where's Longo, Cheeks, Ray Satan, Miss Lauren Rizzo, Hallucinating, Gigawatt, Psycho Killer, Escasay, Malice in Wonderland, Elkie Holly Jab, Snapsphere, Sam Antics, Rocket, CW Ren, Vendetta, and Lollipop. Well, Jack, we gotta get right to the games, but at some point we gotta tell everybody who we are. I'm Jack. I'm Spider. Hi. All right, we're good. All right, we're gonna talk derby tonight. Solid. Explain what's going on in the track, give it a little color commentary, and hope to entertain you almost as much as the things that are gonna happen out on the track. And if you can bear to tell yourselves away from the action, please make sure to visit our concession stand. All roads will be open all night long, serving whole grub pizza. Our first jam, which we'll have in just a moment. We have Roller Eclipse, number 838 for the Hell's Bells. There you go, roll again. Race the roof for Give them a wave. Against number 185, Maserati. Jack, interesting story on Maserati. She actually only drives Aston Martins. Just absolutely refuses, sports cars. You go down 9094, you get those tickets. So she keeps it real cool. Aston Martin with the tinted windows.
Is Maserati go 185? Is that what that's from? I think that's.
Is this an Eagles reference? It's like an Eagles reference the entire time, and I didn't realize it. I coached Maserati for like 3 years, and I didn't realize that.
You just put two and two together, didn't you?
I love that song. I'm not good at puns, which really means I've been in the wrong sport for a long time. And we have moments of action. And away they go. Elsbell's trying to get a push on the inside. Now Cliff swings out, locked up by Val Ravenview. First penalty of the game will go against the captain. We're heading to the penalty box, so it's 4 on 5 for the time being.
It's a really solid defense for both teams coming through turn number 2. Still waiting on a lead jammer, and there we go. Lead jammer for the Hellsbells.
Roller puts out for the clear first. Maserati with one that he hits that one. That jammer's free from the scrum. Coming around fast, but it's knocked out and bounds to the ground. Roller Cliff struggling through the pack, but does get 3 points and 2 in another process. And the Hellsbells take the early lead.
Unfortunately, starting this next jam, number 018, Ajax, is going to be spending 30 seconds in the penalty box, so that gives the Hellsbells a 1-player advantage. Taco Bella and Ray.
Both jammers are out for a moment and then were swallowed up by the force of the pack. Now Taco Bella headed to the penalty box, which means it's a power jam for the Hellsbells. That power jam, folks, one of the most times in the roller derby where only one jammer is out on the track, meaning only one team can score. The Hellsbells trying to maximize all that time they've got, and Ray scoots past Addy to get out of the clear. Taco Bella now back from the penalty box. Trying to make their way through the initial pass. Ray stuck behind Kelly, Shane, and Ajax. Now Addy with the force out of bounds. And the Bells hold on. 4 points on the power jam for the Hellsbells, and they extend their lead.
Starting this next jam, we've got Surgical Steel and Generizer Bunny jamming. Both teams at full strength, no one in the penalty box. And it's Surgical Steel taking lead jam for the Hellsbells. Sorry, Generizer Bunny. Slightly colorblind.
Smart call off for Generizer Bunny, picking up 2 points. Forces will still couldn't get back into the pass. The Hellsbells on a 6-point run. And we promised about here. Now Betty Rage on the line for the Hellsbells looking to stretch that lead.
And Clam Slam.
side to side and then decided to just truck their way through the middle. Cross is having a difficult time, a devil of a time, you might even say, stopping that rage who has lead.
Slam still stuck in the pack, trying to make their initial pass. Fortunately, the Hells Bells have accepted penalty for direction of play, so they're down to one blocker. And that will conclude this jam.
Back to our first pair of jammers on the line. We have an official timeout. The Hells Bells have done the scoring since the first jam, as they lead in 13-2. Hells Bells fans gotta be appreciative of that. Hells Bells fans. That was very nice. That was good for the Masters and another golf tournament. Hells Bells fans. But we're at roller derby tonight. We need to give it up. Parents in their houses. They're asleep right now. Wake them up. Yes, thank you for that anonymous fan in the back.
Well, as we get ready for this next jam, we're going to have number 838, Roller Eclipse, jamming against Maserati 185.
We're about to conclude our break reaction here. But when we have another one, make sure you show your Windy City Pride by picking up some merch from our fantastic skaters and volunteers. There's no better come up than a shout out.
So both jammers still stuck in the back as we go into turn one. Both defensive players on each team doing a really good job of curtailing the jammers until we get Roller Eclipse taking the jam. Sorry, that's Maserati. Maserati going through the pack, getting 4 points. And that looks like 4 points for the double crosses as well.
8 points on that. How quickly things turn. Double cross has been held down for 3 straight jams, but they pick up a 2 pass jam and close to within.
I have faith in Taco Bell, the skater, not necessarily the restaurant, but the skater, sure. Skating against 310, Dom Draper. Get a penalty on Mini Applebite. Looks like a multiplayer block. And jumping through the inside line of turn number 1 for 4 points, Taco Bella. Wisely calling it off, so 0 points for both teams on those final matches.
That is 8 points in a row for the double crosses. Now they close to within 3. And we'll give it back to Surgical Steel and Ray on the jam line. But first, a word from our sponsors.
I noticed that their end of last product is
So we'd like to give a shout out to 888 helmets and 187 killer pads. They are the exclusive protective gear for the Windy City Rollers, 888 and 187, that protect our skaters on the track as well as keeping our new skaters safe in our Learn to Skate sessions.
Also, I'd like to let you know once again, our merchandise table is right by the smart pointer lights on the wall of the welcome to the ringside. Show your Windy City pride by picking up some merch from our fantastic skaters and volunteers. As we close this whole season, we're signing new goodies to represent your favorite home teams. I picked them up today. And you can also give your favorite skater a shout out for $1. Send some love to your favorite team of skaters by crafting your own skater shout out at the merchandise table. We'll be mixing in shout outs throughout tonight's game. We don't want to just read this copy. We want to read you giving some love to the people on the track. So get your money in, get those shout outs, and bring them up to the table.
It looks like our officials have gotten everything sorted out, so we're just waiting for that whistle for the next jam.
Temporary knock to the outside by the captain of other level who moves back to the recycle. And now the double crosses congregate at the jam line, and that gives them up time to sensational steal in the lead jammer. 3 leads in a row for the double crosses. Steele goes right into the midst of things at clear game, gets some help from Valraven, and gets through the pack with 4 points. And right at the tail end, the Bells lose a blocker. Code Green headed to the penalty box. So another good jam for the double crosses, 4 more points. 12 points in a row, and we have our first lead change of the evening.
We've got the Generizer Bunny jamming against Maserati. Maserati takes lead.
Double crosses defense really stiffening up in the back. This is the foul. But the Hells Bells, nice job by Black Eye being to break up that defensive ball.
That Generizer Bunny still stuck in the pack. And Maserati makes it through for another 4-point pass.
Star pass now. First star pass on the night. That will go to Black Eye beat for the Hells Bells. Maserati back into the pack. Trying to make that S-curl route through the trap. Graphic Steve's block 6 off the Tequila, and it's only 3 on the final pass for Maserati. 7-point champ. That is 19 straight for the team in black and white. They extend their lead to 21-13. Quick box.
We've got Taco Bella jamming against number 88 Roller Eclipse.
Roller Eclipse with that style of jamming so hardly defended, just slightly to the left and the right of the center of gravity, and able to change direction so efficiently as well. Gets out to the top of the pack. Taco Bella held back in the back. Not Andrew Donovan Code Green. Things really gumming up into turn 2. Trying to get ahead of steam, and now the pack has to release their moment as no pack is called, but only momentarily. Still very good defense here from another level, putting in the captain's effort, trying to hold down Roller Eclipse. But finally reaches that 20-foot mark for a hard-earned lead champion.
That was some textbook bridging every box.
Always my favorite. Skaters absolutely love those full 2-minute jams. It's a way to show off their endurance. They always tell you how much they enjoy skating for 2 entire minutes. I've got a flamingo word from above the level there. Actually just went to Florida. Just went saw the flamingos down on the Panhandle. That's where I got this jacket from. That's why I said it. The last jam, 4 points to the top across the street of the Hell's Bells.
So Surgical Steel taking a bit of advantage by having the opposing jammer still in the box and starting the jam. But it looks like both jammers are having a real difficult time with the blockers of the Ocean teams. Some real strong tripod action going on there. A little bit of offense, a little bit of defense, and we are still stuck in turn number 1 for this jam.
You're seeing some great teamwork defensively by the Hell's Bells in the back. Mike Fury is working to slow down Surgical Steel, and Chiquita just moments ago delivered a textbook hip shot that put Surgical Steel down, not out, but down. Announcers curse now as soon as I mention Chiquita's name, so let's take a seat in the penalty box. Jammer checking, Jammer up and checking, and Surgical Steel does get lead. Jammer, Surgical Steel.
It was almost a full minute before he got a lead jam. That's fantastic blocking by both teams.
Jack, we're going to see some strategy that we might not have seen a lot of in those 30-minute games as we look through the season. A lot of star passes going here as we get to the middle part of the first half.
Yeah, we got to save that energy because it is twice as long as we did play previously this season.
Exactly. Looks like a point for the double crossers. A single tally on that last jam. We had a request for an official timeout. Looks like we have to do some repairs to the inside line on the track.
If anyone is interested in either selling their home or looking to purchase a home, Julie Torres from Home Smart, aka Pitbull Princess, is the official realtor for Windy City Rollers. Whether you buy, sell, or invest in real estate, Julie will help you skate into your new home with ease.
Also, Anderson Financial is the perfect source for all your real estate financing needs. They make the process smooth and easy, along with having the best rates. Anderson Financial. Once again, folks, if you have not done so, make sure to visit the concession stand in the back, by the seating area, past the merchandise table. Oh, past the merchandise table, get yourself some merch on the way to the concession stand. They've got home run and pizza, they've got chicken, they've got chips, they've got Gatorade for all of the dehydration you want to get from screaming your heart out tonight. So make sure you don't miss out on the concession stand.
It looks like all the track repair has been completed. Final look through from the officials, give it the A-OK.
Looks like they're giving it's like using a paintball. Actually, no, have you ever tried to picture the wall using roller skates? Have you ever tried that?
She's typical.
What if it's old roller skates?
Oh, yeah, that'd be kind of fun.
That'd be good. Right? Don Draper and Maserati going to try and paint a masterpiece for themselves on this jam as everything would obviously bit of an action painting there as everything went down into the first turn. Don Draper trying to find Pascal Raven and with a nice head and shoulder fake does so. Lead jammer for the Hell's Bells.
Pete Goodall, number 333 in the penalty box. That concludes this round. We need 2 points for the double crossers for the snaps, and 2 points for the Hell's Bells. we've got Clam Slam, and number 26, Ray, jamming. Double crosses down one blocker, but that does not seem to be causing any problems. Clam Slam working line to line to try to get a little bit of advantage over the Hell's Bells defense. And it gives Ray the jam. Right. Coming into the pack, trying to look for that inside line, but very well blocked by the blockers from the double crossers. Slam still stuck in the pack, unable to make their initial pass.
Some nice well-timed offense from Black Eye Team to open up the inside line, gets ready for points.
Ooh, we got a star pass.
And Goodall taking the star. Paid Apple on the jersey tonight. And Ray is spun down the inside by Harry Jane and calls off the jam from the flat of her stomach. That's athleticism.
Yeah, we got 1 point for the Hell's Bells on this last pass and 0 double crosses. As we're halfway through the first jam, double crossers have a 5-point lead. At this point, it's anybody's game.
Make sure you cross off your center square on your announcer bingo card, folks. Taco Bella trying to move through the inside, but it's blocked in by Kirby, who is then shoved to the inside by Ajax, blocking out Jimmy Johnson. Taco Bella almost had a moving back to the outside, but now knocked out by Kirby once again. The Hell's Bells captain has magnets attracting her to Taco Bella. One block for each of the Hells boxes down. Raven takes the seat for the double crossers. Gradual spin move from Taco Bell, trying to step around Shakira, and does. Now the whistle's beginning to take effect. Everybody going in for the double crossers on mother level going in as Synergizer money is free. Now Taco Bell calls off the jam and gets a point. Officials timeout on the track. Our score right now, 29-23 in favor of the double crossers with 11 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Just a reminder, folks, for spectators in the chairs, we ask that you please not move the chairs as they have been placed where they are on the carpet or on the paper at the end of the track. Please do not move the chairs onto the wood surface on the floor. Please do not move the chairs. If you can help it, please.
Another shout out to Urban Apothecary. It is skater made and trusted by athletes, physical therapists, and wellness centers. Try their best-selling gummies for relaxation and rest, or the 4XL pain relief topicals for inflammation and pain. And keep you on the track. Shop here at their booth tonight or at urbanapothecary.com. Shop. Urban Apothecary Shop.
If you notice that we have on the track right now, number 35 for the Hell's Bells, Buzzkill, is wearing a red handprint over their mouth. That is to raise awareness to media silence surrounding missing and murdered Indigenous women and people, which is also known on the acronym hashtag MMIP. Look up hashtag MMIP for more information. After the action here, that's an action for the Hell's Bells. Betty Ladies lead Jammer up the inside line. Just a bulldog move by Betty, moving through the block.
hit the blocking back and getting points. We get 2 points for Betty and the Hells Bells.
After that double crosses run back to Hells Bells, pulling things back just a bit. They've got the lead in 3 of the last 4 jams, and a total 9 points over that span to 1. It's a 3 for the double crosses.
Double crosses at a bit of a disadvantage at the start of this jam, but number 815 is back in the pack and is still waiting for one more blocker to get back to full strength. Despite best blocking available from the double crossers, we still get a big jam to number 838, Roller Clips. Roller Clips approaching the back, trying to get some points. And skates through untouched. Coming back around for another couple of points. Well, number 815 is still stuck in the back. Some fancy footwork that means turn number 8 for a 4-point pass. Pushing through blockers and another 4-point pass. That's a lot of points for the Hells Bells. That is a really, really good jam.
Highest scoring jam of the night, 12 in the books for Roller Eclipse. And that is going to turn our score over once again. The Hells Bells retake the lead.
We got Taco Bella and Ray battling out as jammers.
Mary Jane forcing out Ray to the inside on the recycle. That is Black Eyed Bean with the bandana. Riding Taco Bella to the outside. Another force out by Black Eyed Bean. Doing good work. You would think Black Eyed Beans and tacos would work well together, but they're not.
I was thinking that. You're on the right track for that.
Typically black beans, but you know what I mean, yeah. Let's leave Jam in the Rain, by the way. It's not like the game get in the way of our discussions on food. And that's a power jam now for the double crossers. Ray getting a penalty on the back around as the double crossers have passed the star now to Addy. Gotta put some emphasis on it. There's an exclamation point in the name. Hells Bells really locking things down. By Curious holding things on the outside. But the double crossers execute the sweep and get Addy free. Once again, Jack, we're going to go the full 2 minutes on this jam.
Oh, my legs are tired just thinking about it.
Addy with a double spin move. Wrapping around Queerbait. That will get 4 points for the double crossers. Addy was looking to try that inside line again, or outside line again. This Ray comes from the penalty box to get those 4 points back.
A little twist, a little spin, and 4 points. And we call him down.
Shout out to Addy, that was a nice call off. Gave Snapster a chance to get back up after that slip. That was right, that was good teamwork, right?
I didn't see it, so it didn't happen.
No, you're right, you're right. I don't know, these are new glasses. I didn't see any of that. Oh, what is it? What is it, Fox? It's a tie game! You can tell this country hates ties. Rather have somebody in the lead or not. Let's see what these jammers can do to rectify that. Surgical Steel forced out of bounds by Cole Green and Ann Hedonic. Oh, did she jump around the outside? Oh my goodness, it did! What a move by Surgical Steel, and it's a power jam for the double crossers. knocked her out of bounds. So it'll be a bit of a shuffle. Don Draper coming out of the penalty box. And since Lee was lost, once again, Jack, Skater's going to have to dig into those reserves.
Full 2-minute jam.
And the shuffle comes back. Don Draper now seated in the penalty box. A little bit of confusion here. Don Draper was in the penalty box, which means that the jammer that is in the box can be released. See what happens after this jam. The surgical seal comes out. About 30 seconds remaining on the jam clock. Nice block by Blackhawk. He arrived. Surgical seal should be in field. Still with a 1-foot slide to the outside. This is a track, and looks at least maybe 2 games, 2 nights on the track, I should say. But there's always a difference between that practice floor and the roller rink floor. And Surgical still trying to creep on the inside line, and it's a tough time to catch a penalty right at the tail end of the jam. 3 total points for the double crossers on that jam, and they will start this next one with their jammer in the penalty box. And I believe we are going to have an official timeout. Official timeout on the track. Double crossers break the deadlock. They lead 44-41.
I can imagine that the officials are going to be reviewing the way that the jammer penalties were timed in the last jam. Because goofy thing about roller derby is the jammers need to exchange the same amount of time in the box versus blockers. So it's a 1-for-1 kind of situation. We just want to make sure you can just straighten out.
Situation, Jack, as you said, typically there's no situation where you cannot have at least one jammer on the track at all times. However, since the second jammer came back to the box before the first jammer had finished serving their time, both jammers served the full time. One jammer, the jammer that came in, will serve 30 seconds. The first jammer serves the remainder of that penalty, and they came in with about 15 or so seconds left. So, the rare occurrence where both jammers were seated in the penalty box, and that was what was supposed to happen. It just doesn't happen all that often.
And a shout out to Semantics for giving us a very in-depth explanation of what happened. I learned something new tonight.
I learned something new today too. I'm trying to remember what it was.
And I can remember it tomorrow.
Everything's still being sorted out here amongst our non-skating officials on the inside. But once again, the Hells Bells will start this one with Jennergizer Money. Good to see Jennergizer Money back with Windy City. The lone jammer on the track for the Hells Bells. That's the jammer 2, Jennergizer Money. There was some confusion there on the penalty. Looks like Harry James is going to serve a double penalty.
The Jennerizer making it through the pack for another 4-point pass.
Score turns over once again. Hells Bells retake the lead. Jennergizer Money looking for more. 5 Furious out front, blocking the lead. And gets almost past the dreadful, but 4 more points. Another multiple pass scoring jam for the Hells Bells. And they are just shy of cracking that half-century mark. 49-44 is the score.
There we got Maserati jamming against Roller Eclipse. For the double crossover. Roller Eclipse finally making it through the path with their initial pass. However, Maserati's trying to get a couple points and then smartly called it off.
Saw Maserati there at the air jack try to get the hips past and Hidonic. The rule states that if you pass a skater at the level of the hips, that means that you pass them by, and that means that they are worth the point. And Hidonic smartly just backpedaling to make sure that that 4th point wasn't scored. 3 for the double crossers.
Yeah, Taco Bell and Ray jamming. Taco Bell looking for something on the outside line, right on the jam start line.
Another nice block there by Chiquita. Chiquita's been all over the place tonight in the Hells Bells. Ray always in motion, perpetual motion machine, and it pays off. Lead jam into the Hells Bells. Does feel the point of defensive attack for the Hells Bells. Taco Bell trying to step through on the inside line, and that's going to be an illegal contract maneuver and a power jam for the Hells Bells. Already 4 points for Ray in this jam, looking for more on the power play. Billy Applewhite and Harry James slowing things down, and Ray went down on the inside and calls off the jam. Freezing with double crossers jammer in the penalty box. Another 4 points for Ray, having a great first half, and the Hells Bells push their lead to double digits.
We got number 718, Betty Rage, jam away for the Hells Bells. Getting some help from her blockers.
Big hit from another level.
That was a good penalty kill for the double crosser. They were able to heat up 30 seconds and he goes to jam later.
And they're going to get a power jam out of it, as now they're able to force the jammer out of bounds, and then went almost all the way back to the goal line. Jumped up and down with his skates like, hey, I'm here, I'm here. They got to come in behind me. No cuts. Of course, no cuts, no butts, and no coconuts. Taco Bell rolled into the inside. I only say that to say that one of our skaters is handing out some Samoas in the back, so if you haven't gotten your Girl Scout cookies yet, please find her. Taco Bell trying to find the inside here, calls off the jam, takes a deep breath, and that'll take us to our first halftime intermission of the night. Double Crossers score the final 4 points of the first half, but it's the Hells Bells leading 57 to 51. Not only that, Jack, the Hells Double Crossers will start the second half with a power jam as they throw Steady Rage in the box. Folks, I didn't get a chance to let you all say will be our first round will be in the midst of this first half. We will have another drawing during our intermission between games and another drawing at halftime of our championship final.
And if you're a little parched from cheering and you're a little peckish from maybe not having the best dinner tonight, I would highly recommend that you go check out the concession stand for what do we have? What's the special tonight?
I always love home remnant pizza, but I forgot Let us know. We'll get you a pen. Well, we've got our first 2 raffle tickets out of the way, which means that we're going to have 7 posters still available to give away. We'll get this come back to the merchandise table as soon as we can. And please make sure you write your name down so you can get a commemorative poster to hang on your wall, hang on your kids' wall. Send it to your kids to go to college with. And people ask them, what is this roller derby poster? And they say, I'm glad you asked. Here's a Windy City Rollers rundown. Come back to Chicago and go to a game. You can do all that if you write your name down.
All right, 5 seconds till we start the first jam of the second half of the. You got Maserati jamming in a power jam situation, working their way, trying to get some space through the Hell's Bells blockers. Some strong defense from both teams coming out of the halftime. Everyone had a little bit of time to refresh, re-energize. And we're 30 seconds into the first jam with still no lead jammer.
That is lead that's been awarded to Maserati, still in the confines of Black Eyed Peas and Chiquita. So the Hells Bells able to run some more time off of the clock. Maserati trying to break free, wants to break free, and does break free for lead.
Worked their way through the bridge very well.
That's some hard work indeed. Queerbait coming in for the initial contact on Maserati as the star is shifted over to Black Eyed Peas. Whistle's going in the back. That is a going against the grain of play penalty called on Queerbait. Maserati forced to the infield by Code Green, calls off the jam. Says, I don't want no more code. 3 points to open the scoring in the second half for the double crossers. They have the Hells Bells lead. It is now 57 to 54.
For the double crossers.
Nice work by the double crossers opening up the outside line. Had only a couple of blockers to deal with for the Hells Bells there. 2 of them are stationed in the penalty box at the moment. Talk about a squeeze between Bout and Buzzkill goes down, but does get all 4 points into the book. And there's a low block penalty at the tail end of the jam. So it'll be a bit of a shuffle for the Hells Bells. And meanwhile, the double crossers take over the lead once again by 1 point, 58 to 57. Difficult time here for Amnodonic as Surgical Steel gets lead for the double crossers. And the veteran out there by their lonesome for a moment, and now Queerbait Chiquita come back to play defense. Surgical Steel does find the outside to their liking and gets 4 points. Ray on the line for the Hells Bells. Trying to maneuver past Raven, now Ajax, and has to take a recycle to the infield. Surgical Steel headed to the penalty box now. Now both jammers into the clear, but we are going to have a full 2-minute jam once again.
All right, number 32, Abby, exclamation point back on the track after sitting 30 seconds in the penalty box.
I like that saying, the exclamation point. Under a minute to go here on the jam. Surgical Steel back out of the box. The pack dutifully speeds up into the corner, and a big hit from Buzzkill, taking down Surgical Steel. Buzzkill on the recycle, did knock down Addy, and that is on. That you can't do that. So say, I'm going to say
You can sneak backwards.
right, but you can't hit anybody. Yeah. Surgical Steel spun down once again, did get 4 points and then aimed for the effort. 2 more points for Ray. 8-2 on the scoreboard in favor of the double crossers. We had a slow start to the game, Jack, and now the points are kind of coming thick and fast. It's like that first bit of drizzle before a rainstorm, and then the rain really just starts pounding on you.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are used to skating against each other, but when it comes down to this tournament this evening, everything's on the line. Everything. Keep it out on the track.
Both of these teams have been our finals winners at the end of the season within the last 5 years, as Maserati gets a hit from Furious and then rights herself to get lead. The Hells Bells taking home the Ivy King Cup trophy in I believe that was 2024. And the double crosses last winning, that was 20, my memory is bad. I'm not even shot for years now. Maserati picks up 2 points, shutting out the Hells Bells on that pass through. So the first 4 jams of the second half, Jack, have gone the way of the double crossers. They have 17 points to show for the Hells Bells, 2, as we started the second half.
Sounds like there's some good strategy that was discussed during halftime, kind of figuring out blocker matchups, jammer matchups, and I think, to your point, we're going to see a lot more points in the second half than we did in the first half.
Don Draper jamming for the Hells Bells, forced to the inside. I believe that was Payne on the kick. All the way to the tail end of the pack, and that gives Taco Bella enough time to get through for a lead. Taco Bella actually means beautiful taco in Spanish, but also Italian.
Looks like Taco Bella got a penalty, so that will give the Hells Bells a power jam.
Blocking out a play for Taco Bella. Don Draper, ever elusive, maneuvers past another level, trying to find a way past Al Raven, who slows things down, but another nice hit move by Don Draper to get through. The leopard spots aren't just for showing, Jack. The leopard spots are for elusivity.
I like it. I like it.
Don Draper was checking the box for a moment, but no lead. So our lead jammer went to the penalty box.
We got Taco Bella back on the track.
Taco Bella drew for 4 points. One blocker now in the penalty box for the Hells Bells. Casserole. This is only the first time we've seen Casserole have to head to the penalty box. Otherwise, it's having a very, very good game. Looks like once again we're going to have Don Draper cut the track in front of Val Raven. An unfortunate carousel of sorts for jammers in the penalty box in this first to the second half.
In my opinion, there's been a remarkable amount of full junior jams that we've seen tonight, too.
That's very true. It's like 6 total points for the Hells Bells in that last jam. And 2 passes for the double crossers, so 8 to them. We're going to have a timeout taken by the Hells Bells. This is their first timeout. We'd like to give some love to Rainbow Inspection Services because buying a home can be one of the most exciting and important decisions of your life. Choosing the right home inspector is one of the first steps in getting a breakdown of that property. Rambo Inspections will inspect your home from top to bottom, and you will gain peace of mind knowing that you have a sound investment with Rambo Inspections.
So if you're looking for some better Mexican food than Taco Bell, I'd recommend you go check out Aztec Days, the cantina in a family-run neighborhood bar located in Humboldt Park. Traditional Mexican food with a modern twist. Come for the food and stay for a drink or two.
Or three. And that's about it. Just three. Just three drink limit. Love Aztec Days. They've been a sponsor of ours for a few years now. I actually watched the playoffs at Aztec Days. We had a playoffs watch party. And I think that was 2022. Really, really exciting.
I've never been. Is there something that I should get? Should I go there?
Just because I don't get a chance to get the flautas.
Sounds good. And we're off for jam number 6 for the second half. We got that Draper surgical steel. Both jammers still stuck in the pack.
We did have a late penalty on Don Draper. It's a power star before the double crosses. And Lee will go to surgical steel here. Lee jammer 2 the double crosses. Don Draper was in the midst of the chase for a moment, and then she was at the top of the pack like magic.
Either that 30 seconds in the penalty box must have just given that extra bit of zhoosh.
It's a secret the jammers will tell you. They don't like getting penalties, but they love the break. Big hard contact from Bout on the outside to slow down surgical steel. Whirls and swerves. Some nice drop hit on Don Draper that goes down outside. Graphic Tees has been in the pack as well, laying the wood to the double crosses jammer. Crossers have lead here, but this one is ticking under a minute to go as Don Draper is through for 4 points. And now the Crossers are going to use a bit of strategy here. Star pass to Addy. So they willingly give up the lead in the jam, which means once again we are going to full time. And for the time being, it's going to work out in the favor of the Hell's Bells as Don Draper is through for 4 points. And now here's where that strategy sometimes can bite you. Addy heading to the penalty box. 2 points in the cost for the double crosses, but Don Draper is on a roll right now. Another multiple passes scoring jam for the Hell's Bells, 12 in total. Double crosses do get 4, but they'll be starting this next one with their jammer in the penalty box. They still hold a 3-point advantage.
2 and 2. Yeah.
2 of those points were scored by Surgical Steel. 2 by Addy after the pass, in case you're wondering.
You got Roller Eclipse jamming for the Hell's Bells in a power jam situation. Getting some help from their blockers. And making it through to get the jam.
Roller Eclipse scored the first 3 points of the game. Had a 12-point jam in that first half as well. Our highest scoring jam until that last one from Don Draper. Will be forced to the outside by Valraven this time, though, as Ajax heading to the penalty box for the double crossers. Addy out of the box for the crossers as well now. Jammers also love to take advantage of that whistle when everybody freezes and it's like, is that me? Because we don't want to pick up a second penalty for this combo.
The pack without even a finger.
Called up a high occupancy vehicle lane pass. That one wasn't an HOV lane, as that was just nice work from Roller Eclipse. Slide and left and right and get it through 4. Hell's Bells stacking up points like a Lego tower now. Roller Eclipse through for another 4 points.
Roller Eclipse is looking real strong. She's getting some encouragement from her bench to keep scoring those points.
And Dominic was coming in to lead Roller Eclipse back into the pack. Penalty box is clear. Double Crossers just having trouble scoring. As they're just putting all their weight into their defense. Abby is trapped behind an immovable object of Queerbait and Anthony Donick in the corner with Code Green on the outside to hold it down. Jam clock runs to its full conclusion, and that was all Hell's Bells there. 16 points put on the board by Roller Eclipse, resetting our high for the night. Betty Wage here as the Hell's Bells have a 9-point advantage. Just about 16 minutes remaining in our first game of the night. Pat congealing to the outside, and there's a penalty on the Hell's Bells jammer, Betty Wage, for a high block. This is a power jam opportunity for the double crossers. Big swing by Booby Trap. But the Bells did nicely to reform around it. Crossers engaging their offense, but Slam is jammed up by Black Eyed Bean. That first defender is so important when the offense comes. And the Bells able to reform into turn number 3. Crossers looking for it one more time as Penny Dreadful comes in trying to open up some space. But the Hell's Bells staying together, and the penalty clock is done. Betty Wage back onto the track. Hell's Bells officially killing off that penalty. After more than a minute of jam time, lead goes to Clam Slam. Hard working lead for the Crossers. Slam looks to work to the outside, starts with pass off to Black Eyed Bean, who is out into the clear. Slam gets in, forced out by Plus Skill, calls off the jam. Gets 2 points for the double crossers there. They have scored in every jam here, Jack, but those multiple pass scoring jams, first Don Draper with 12, then Roller Eclipse with 16, keeping the Hell's Bells in the lead.
Well, let's see what happens between Maserati and number 5-0, Generizer Bunny. Generizer Bunny gets lead jam coming on the outside of turn number 1. And coming in hot, back to the back. Some slick moves. Unfortunately, gets drawn back to the back of the bag. And a vicious hit by number 815.
Penalty being called on another level, forcing Generizer Bunny out. She gets 2 points, says, I'm good with that. Calls off the jam. A little early to talk about kind of salting the game away, Jack, but this is a time where you get the short jams, especially after those 2 long 2-minute jams we had. Gives your defense a chance to regroup and refuel on the bench. Plus, you have a jammer like Ray going up for the Hell's Bells against Taco Bell. These 2 jammers like to do a lot of the same things. Use their feet as Taco Bell tiptoes to the outside of the lead. Use their feet, always stay in motion, and never give blockers a big target to hit. They're always moving up and down, in and out. attacks the outside first as a star pass to 5 years for the Hell's Bells. Taco Bell reversing there to get behind Ray as they're forced in and out. Bella trying to work the inside, moves outside now and gets past. Weird bait, but 5 years quickly into the pack, gets 3 points after the star pass. Nice work by the Hell's Bells to cut down what could have been a 4-0 jam and getting it to only a 1-point difference on the scoreboard.
Here we got the steal, Jennings Roller Eclipse, and Roller Eclipse get lead jam, making their way back to the pack and scored 4 points completely untouched. Surgical Steel still stuck in the pack, but it is Roller Eclipse another 4-point pass.
Roller Eclipse bulldozing through the middle of the defense on that last pass, now sliding around, paying good all for being knocked down and having a reset. Now finds some contact with Ajax and Abby. And the double crossers defense getting set at the top of the pack. Meanwhile, the Hell's Bells are a triangle of terror for Surgical Steel, who is forced to the inside by Queerbait. Pack bridging now. Ajax at the front. Along with Addy. Roller Eclipse goes down for a moment. Nice bridging here for the double crossers, but only 2 offers to work with against Roller Eclipse, who has been a tough customer the entire night. And a great block by Abby to force the recycle. Roller Eclipse calls it off. Still, that's another big jam for number 838. 12 points on the board. We have a timeout taken. Timeout for the double crossers. Their first charge timeout of the game. Biggest lead of the night for the Hell's Bells fans, 110-90. They lead this one. 20-point differential between our teams and under 10 minutes to go in the game. Jack, we were talking about Mexican restaurants. I think we got another Mexican restaurant to talk about.
Wait, so if you're not up for Aztec Days, you should go check out Big Star Mexican Restaurant. They're celebrating 15 years in Wicker Park. They feature handmade tortillas daily, a top-notch whiskey selection, and, I quote, damn fine margaritas.
Gotta love Big Star. If all of this talk about food made you hungry, you know where you should go. In concession stand, they've got you covered out here in the back of the ring. I also want to take a moment to highlight once again, this is the 50th anniversary of this facility. The ring has been serving Chicagoland for 50 years, since 1976, and we appreciate them for having us all season long. Back to action here, and as the double cross is having a blocker and a jammer headed to the penalty box, Buzzkill forcing the cut on Maserati, and Energizer Bunny almost leaped through, did get lead jammer there, just leaped through an almost invisible hole in between the blockers and the pack.
Crossers have a full penalty box, unfortunately, but that's a good advantage for the Hell's Bells. Maserati does get released from the penalty box. try to make their initial pass. However, the Geminizer Bunny scores another 4-point pass.
Another contact move to them, Ferrari. And the jam is called off. 3 more points for Geminizer Bunny. The Hells Bells are making sure if they get points, they get them in bunches here. And they continue lengthening their lead as we have an official review requested here by the Double Crossers at the close of the last jam. For the time being, our score 121-90 in favor of the Hells Bells. 8 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Double Crossers using their second half official review here.
I would imagine we're getting some clarification from the head of referees on just clarifying what everyone saw. We'll try to explain it the best as we can.
In the meantime, like we said, we've got a raffle going all night long for our commemorative Juana Rumbel Cup poster. If you want to join the likes of Joe Klug and DJ Phil getting the hottest poster going around town, head back to the merchandise table, write your name down, drop it in the cup, and you too can win a commemorative poster.
How many commemorative posters remain?
We've got 7 posters left because we have 3 names that we're playing, so we only gave away 2 posters at halftime. So you've got 7 chances to win. 7 chances to win. That's better than the Illinois lottery. It is, you know what I'm saying? You gave it a look like it's not. And when's the last time you tried to play the Mega Millions and you won?
If I won the Mega Millions, I wouldn't be sitting here next to you.
Why?
I would be on my own tropical island.
I've never tried to play Little Dirty on Tropical Island, but I'm sure it's really a lot of fun.
So Double Crossers were challenging the second trap cut by their jammer, and upon official review, the penalty still stands, and Double Crossers lose that official review.
So our stoppages now is a reset. The Double Crossers with 2 timeouts remaining. The Hells Bells have 2 timeouts, and they still have their second half official review. And as you can tell from the cheers, they also have a 31-point lead. And they'll be starting this jam off with the hammer down Draper, the only jammer on the track. Forced out immediately by Valraven, though. Has some work to do here. Not moving behind the jam line now, but the defense spread out. Hells Bells doing well to break up the traffic. Montgomery Brawl goes down. Don Draper maneuvers past Ajax. His lead is to the Hells Bells. And the mother level does force out Don Draper as to recycle back. And that's going to be another track off penalty drawn by Valraven. So Maserati out of the penalty box. Only jammer on the track now. Picks up some speed and gets into the clear. Double Cross has been held scoreless the last 2 jams. Maserati breaks into the middle, and now the offense comes. Oh, great work by Queerbeck to thwart that screen, and now gets back into position immediately. Maserati steps through, stays in bounds, gets 4 points, and the penalty door closes. Don Draper is back onto the track. Under 40 seconds to go in this jam. Time on the side of the Hells Bells, but Maserati making a good go of it. Gets past him on for 4 more points. So our Pass out of clear maybe for the Hell's Bells. As Maserati looking for one more pass. Gets the screen from Val Raven.
Maserati going away in 5, trying to get a few more points in this jam. And makes it through for another 4-point jam. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a 16-point jam.
That is a 16-point jam for Maserati.
So does that tie the highest points for jam tonight thus far?
That ties the highest scoring jam of the
If I'm
night.
far away,
That's
you're
right,
going
yeah.
up. If I'm close, you're like, it's this, right? Thank you so much.
So the double cross is cutting into that lead. We have an official timeout on the track, and we will have another official timeout on the track. More track maintenance going down. Dykula helping out with that. So in the meantime, in between times, once again, we haven't got many shout-outs tonight. We love shout-outs. We want you to tell your favorite skater out there that they're the best in the world, that they can't stop, that they block like a freight train combined with a Mack truck, combined with a moon that's been pulled out of orbit. We want to say all of those things on the microphone. So pull $1 out of your wallet or out of your Venmo account, send it over to our merchandise table, and they will send us shout-outs. Time adjustment as well on the clock. Time now 6 minutes even remaining in the game. And it's a 125 to 106 lead for the Hells Bells. Mother Level must have seemed like a...
Just checking those wheels, make sure they're on.
Oh, I thought you were
Ready and raring to go.
thought there was a worm in the penalty box. Don't stomp on worms. We use them to fish. Don't do the worm in the box. No, don't do that. If you hit a chair, then that's another penalty. Right? See? I know. Captain Breakdown. I'm sorry.
Taco Bell getting drawn all the way to the back of the pack. And it looks like Taco Bell has been assessed a track cut. So that gives the Hells Bells a power jam. Betty Ray's looking for some help from her blockers to get through the pack. However, some really good recycling by the double crossers. Betty Ray stuck in the pack. We have a couple penalties as well, one from each team. So both teams taking down one blocker for the next 30 seconds.
We're going to have a stoppage of play here. Injury timeout on the track.
Let's give a round of applause.
Careful.
By Furious, able to skate off the track under their own power. Our medical team will take a look at them and will hopefully get an update by the end of the game. we've got a power jam start for the double crosses. Number 185, Maserati. 3-on-3 for the blockers. Maserati's going to be looking for a little offensive help coming off the start of the jam.
Got the wave from Val Raven, but could not avoid Queerman. Does manage to get through the lead though.
Maserati hitting the pack. Making quick work of it. Getting another 4-point jam.
Done.
Blockers on the track for the Hells Bells. Maserati trying to tiptoe around and does. Stays in bounds.
Gorgeous footwork on that outside line.
There's about a millimeter of toe stops on the inside of that tape.
That's track awareness right there.
And there's another penalty on roller eclipse. This is difficult for the Hells Bells. Roller eclipse by far killing this game for the Hells Bells. But having to take another seat into the penalty box, that gives more time for Maserati for another 4 points.
All right, Maserati going back to the pack. Trying to get through the Hells Bells sideline. Maserati trying that fancy toe work on the outside line, shifting inside, outside, trying to outsmart the Hells Bells.
Roller eclipse going inside then outside, but the double cross is closing off all lanes of extrication as Maserati goes down by Queerbait. There's a multiplayer block penalty called there on another level. Had a couple of players with similar digits in their numbers, and they were checking to see who it was what. Another 4 points on that final pass. Want to make sure here, just to make sure. Another 16-point jam for the double crossers.
Some high-scoring jams this evening. It was very fun to watch.
And the double crossers had that brief 2-point two-jam scoreless streak, but 16 points, both of those times by Maserati in the last 3 jams. 32 points over the last 2 Maserati jams, and the double crossers pulled the win in 3. During this official timeout, we want to remind you all out there to hold on to your seats. We're about to have an exciting finish. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. A 3-point lead for the Hells Bells. This is roller derby at its finest, folks. We want to hear you scream!
Surgical Steel gets the lead jam. And instead, this is what the double crosses are looking for. However, we've got a star pass for Hells Bells. Our new jammer is number 15, Black Eye B. Calls off the jam. See from our referees what we got for points. 0 for the Hells Bells. And a 3 for the double crosses.
That means, Jackman, everybody is a nerd because we are all square.
We got Maserati and Ray jamming with 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining in this period.
Definitely going to jam it out for the Hells Bells and Maserati. On the line for the double crosses, the double crosses blockers just scooching back against Ray. And they draw a track cut on the Hells Bells jammer. Meanwhile, Maserati is still on the track, trying to remain in bounds, can't get past code green. Under a minute to play here in our game. And Maserati looking for lead and has it.
All right. We are off to the races with 30 seconds remaining in this period.
Double Cross is looking for one pass. They've got the Cold Green trapped in the back, so there's already a point for the Double Crosses on the jam. Trying to squeeze through and Adonicus no pack is called. Blocking ceases momentarily, then comes back together.
We got Brady back on the track for Hell's Bells.
Maserati trying to squeeze through and Adonicus clearly. And Death McRae is out of the pack. Maserati has 4 points. Maserati calls out the jam. And that should do it. Oh my goodness.
What a finish.
Unbelievable. We go into our last jam time. And Maserati, who pulled the Double Crosses back into this game with those 2 16-point jams, closes the door for the Double Crosses and getting the final 4 points. And our unofficial final right now, the Double Crosses 129 and the Hell's Bells 125. Jack, when was the last time you saw a game like this?
Well, I think it was the last time that was down here in Austin.
Yeah, we've had some arm burners this season. And we do have an official review requested here. Official review requested by the Hell's Bells. Nothing to lose here. You have that challenge, no reason to take it home with you. It doesn't roll over to the next game. It's not like an IRA. So the Hell's Bells going to use that OR, and they're going to check on the score as we close things out. You can't take your vacation days with you, folks. You always got to use them. Same as your official reviews. That's true. Sometimes you do get those vacation days paid out at the end of the year. Yeah, you're right. Would you rather take the money or the vacation? Or would you rather take a non-capitalist system? So the Jeopardy music is rolling in everybody's heads as the referees consult each other. Oh yeah, you hear that? That's the Mission Impossible thing. For all you youngsters out there, Mission Impossible is a series from the 60s. It is not just Tom Cruise's savings account. I'll give it up while we have for DJ Phil Trocchio on the wheels of steel, keeping it real for all of y'all tonight. Give it up for Phil. He's been with us for a long, long, long time. So we're getting the results of our official review. We did have our wrap-up whistle there, so we'll see what the deal is. I know you're waiting on tenterhooks. The results of our official review. The Hell's Bells requested that the front track on leg be removed for perspective. That front will not be removed. The penalty will stand. And our final score official now. The Double Crossers 129. The Hell's Bells 125. Folks, stick your hands out and get a high five. They all earned it. shout to the House Bells as well. They played a whale of a ball game tonight. Folks, we're just glad you were the real winners here. You got to see a game like that went down to the absolute last seconds. And that is all worth it. We can only hope, we know, that our Juana Rumbel Cup final will be just as good. But for now, our teams are deliberating, and they will have our most valuable players for our Gators as most valuable blocker and jammer for each team. We also have our most valuable officials as well. Not only win these fabulous Hershey's Kisses, but our most valuable referee is one of these miniature jars. Heritage Glass, maybe. Most valuable announcements. First, for the House Bells, our most valuable blocker, number 96, Furious. Get this nice felt leopard and red pin. Our most valuable jammer as well for the House Bells as they are taking their group photographs, but we can say it anyway. Most valuable jammer number 838, Roller Eclipse.
And for the double crossers, most valuable blocker, number 20, Millie Applebite. And most valuable jammer for the double crossers, number 825, Surgical Steel.
Once those photos are taken, we would ask you folks to come up to the announcer's table and make sure you get your awards and you get another photo. Also, for both of our team skaters, we will have some secret under the wraps. Between Games Entertainment coming right up, so we ask all of you to stay on the track to participate in Between Games Entertainment. But first, let's get those most valuables up to the announcer's table. If you want an award, we want to see you so you can get this nice commemorative ribbon. Once again, folks, make sure after that game you wipe the sweat off your brow, head over to our snack station concession stand, get yourself a bottle of water or some Gatorade, get yourself some chips to make it even more spicy if you like, but get yourself something. You earned it. You deserve all of that. Now, folks, we are making sure that our track is ready for game number 2, but we have some fantastic between games entertainment for you tonight. Our skaters and Free Movement are teaming up to bring a party to you here at the ring. Free Movement Shop is a movement studio in the North Center neighborhood of Chicago, specializing in dance, sculpt, yoga, strength and good vibes. Free movement exists to bring people together. A third space, if you will, to move bodies, minds, hearts, souls, and to provide an inviting, inspiring space to feel free, express yourself, and build community. All right, folks, we want you to get on your feet, out of your seats, be ready to move around because we've got free movement on the track for you.
All right, I know you are so excited to stand up, so if you would, come on and stand up. We're gonna have a little movement. Here we go, DJ. All right. I hope you stand up if you want to move your body. Here we Take it to the floor. 2 more here. And down. Last one. Stay forward and hold and stretch. Walk it out right to the left. Again, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I see. I saw that. Hold it up. That's it, folks. 3, 2, reverse, and up. 3, 1, all right, last track, DJ, let's go. You're doing so good. This is the last one. Let's go. So, 3, 2, take it up, take it up.
Once again, we have our most valuable referee award for Lollipop. Oh, there she is. We got this glass jar of Hershey's Kisses.
So we've got 12 minutes till we start game number 2. That gives you the opportunity to go to the merch stand, go to the concession stand, and fill out your raffle ticket for a Windy City poster. And just a little bit more information about the Windy City Rollers. Windy City Rollers is proud to be a member league of the WFTPA, where any individual who identifies as a marginalized gender may state. The WFTA does not and will not differentiate between members regardless of presentation and identity, and does not and will not set minimum standards for femininity or eligibility. These activities are not limited to membership eligibility, disbursement of resources, eligibility for office, and WFTA is committed to do the work necessary to provide a truly inclusive and welcoming environment for all in our community who share this vision of equity and equality.
All right, folks, as that Chicago House Classic is bumping through the speakers, that seems like a good time for our second Juana Rumbel Cup poster raffle-tron. Yeah! Posters, yeah! It's time for the raffle-tron. All right. So I hope you've been getting your hands out, heading over to the merchandise table, not only buying yourself a chance to raffle for free or a shout out for $1, but some sweet Windy City Rollers merch. But now it's time for our first name out of the cup, Nicola Arisi. Nicola Arisi's here. You have won yourself a Juana Rumbel Cup poster. Nicola Arisi, you can head to the merchandise table to claim your poster prize. Our next Juana Rumbel Cup poster winner, Stevie Shikowski. Stevie Shikowski's in the building, and to the merchandise table, you are the newest winner of a Juana Rumbel Cup poster. Oh, we got a mystery here. Our final winner of the Juana Rumbel Cup poster for this round showing. Our slip just says R.A. We got an R.A. in the house. Just initials. If you know who you are, head up to the merchandise table. You have won a Juana Rumbel Cup poster. All right, folks, remember, we only drew 2 names earlier, so we've got 5 in the books. We have 4 posters left. 4 posters to cup and you could win a poster prize. Do it. Do it, do it, do it before halftime of our final game.
I do this. It will be like a 0 and I will make up. Sharp pass will look at this.
folks, I hope you're well rested and ready for action because we are seconds away from the 2025-2026 Juana Rumbel Cup Final. Jack, I was able to catch up with the teams beforehand and get a couple of thoughts on the game. Actually got a chance to talk to Big Bad Wolf from Team Fury. When I asked her what her thoughts was about this game, she said that sounds great. Not about the game, about the prospect of talking to a journalist. It's not one for giving quotes.
How did I not know that was you?
Wolfie Doctor played you and talking is what the gist of that was.
Okay, I can respect that.
We did get something interesting from Fox Sports coaching the attackers tonight.
Yeah.
Before lightning strikes, a storm starts at a molecular level. So the attacker has
Sam, say hi to everybody out in
as
the world.
mighty and sudden as a Chicago thunderstorm.
Say hi.
Well, I don't think
That's
this is
what
the
the
stream.
I hope they're able to pull it off.
Internal.
I know it's going to be an exciting contest, honestly. These two teams
I don't
always
know.
are
The
running
whole
for the
world's
top
gonna
prize in our
No, I
leagues
think you're right. I think this is
all
just for
season.
training.
The Fury and the
Actually, I don't know.
Attackers had an
He
absolute
told me that this is like the
dominant
track
matchup at UIC in the Ivy King Cup
Hello to
last
whomever
year, I
edits
believe that
this.
was. And we expect more of the same tonight.
That was perfectly explained.
I'm looking forward to a good matchup as well. Some faster, some good hits, good blocking, and some fancy footwork from all the jammers and blockers too. All right, the first team of game number 2 is going to be the Attackers. Please let me introduce all of the skaters to you. We got number 169, Peaches and Stream. Number 212, Disco Brawl, who's the captain for tonight. We got 224, Crash Nova. Number 303, Jen Tonic. Number 305, Lightning McQueen. Number 417, Billy Hellish. Number 425, Doom Honey. Number 44, Pikachu. Number 484, Gemini. Number 72, Beetle Bomb. Number 777, Pitbull Princess. Number 88, Lydia Beats. And number 908, we got Pepper Slade. On the bench for tonight, you got Fox Sports. There's Ray. And Jack Jerkart.
We also have number 1-2 for the Attackers, Flip Check skating tonight. Put your hands together for the Attackers. And now, rolling it up for the orange and white, the Fury. The captain, number 14, Flo Ryder. Number 101, Cat Make Me. Number 111, Firecracker. Number 13, Hannah Lasher. Number 64 is Breeze. Number 651, Big Bad Wolfie. Number 69, Amanda Beating. Number 76, Vigilante. Number 9000, down 9,000. And number 975, Shitty Wheezy. On the bench for the Fury, Ben Hurt, SL, Coach J, Ray Satan, and Machete Holiday. Please welcome the Fury.
And the officials for game number 2. Got the Jenny Page. Where's your Jeez? This or the Rizzo. Who's the baby? Trico Killer. Alice in Wonderland. Arky Pollock. Jabs. Sam Antics. Rogan. Steve. Bout. Red. Vendetta. Ryan. Step Spear. Crisscross. And the mother level.
So we're going to start things off real hot as we are coming to our championship final. Wait. Time out. It's our championship final, right, Animal? Billy, it's our championship final? It doesn't sound like a championship final in here. Billy Hellish jamming against Animal Lee to start things off. The skaters are at the gate and they're out of the blocks. Let's go. Animal Lee trying to push, prod, pull her way through the blocking at the top of the pack. Meanwhile, Billy Ellis with that nice side-to-side lateral movement with some help from Pitbull Princess. And Animal Lee breaks through the pack first. Lead Chandler to the Fury. Recycle there by Gemini. Animal skates up the inside line. Nobody was aware of the move. And that's the first 4 points on the board to Animal Lee.
And it looks like Billy Hellish is still stuck in the pack, trying to make their initial pass. That's a tough blocking crew for the Fury over in turn number 1.
The stalwart partnership. We've seen this crew all so many. Cat Make Me, Flow Rider, and Amanda Beating with Jimmy Weezy rotating between offense and defense. So once again, we have a blocker sent to the penalty box for the attackers, and Billy Hellish skates through on the inside and gets free. But Animal Lee calls off the jam with another 4 points into the book. So the Fury take control early with an 8-0 jam to start. Now we have a blockbuster matchup, Jack. Doom Honey for the attackers and Big Bad Wolfie for the Fury.
I hope we see a lot of this matchup tonight. These are 2 really good jammers. Big Bad Wolfie.
344-377 stand.
Big Bad Wolfie coming through for 4 points, calling off the jam. The Fury push out to a 12-0 lead. Couple of blockers in the box for the attackers. And right away, we're going to have a short lineup, at least to start. Billy Hellish once again jamming for the attackers against Glenn Coco for the Fury. Glenn Coco finds him on the inside, slides past the blocker, gets lead. Once again to the Fury.
Attackers back in full strength from the blockers. Penalty box is currently empty.
Pikachu walling things off against Glenn Coco now. amidst a disco brawl on the inside as Billy Hellish gets into the pack. And so now both jammers are the chance to score. And Billy Hellish with some jammer defense, recycling Glen Coco all the way back to the jam line.
I like a good jammer on jammer defense. You need to see more of that.
It always felt a little like you can't hang with me, so I'm going to make you do this. It's like forcing the issue.
Oh yeah, it's totally testing her out too. Who can get under whose skin?
Glen Coco gets out of that frame. Bugs for the camera in the middle. Glen Coco always knows where the cameras are. That must be how she pulled off that robbery in the Louvre a couple of months ago. That was not true. Glen Coco did not rob the Louvre. Meanwhile, the attackers board via Billy Hellish. Their first 4 points of the game, another 4 for Glen Coco and the Fury. They lead by 20 points to 4.
So it's like 4-4 and then the 0 because they exited the
We've got Lydia Beats jamming against Raspberry Jam.
So what looked like a lead jam for the attackers is now turned into a power jam for the Fury. Oh, Raz got Gemini back on the heels, and that's trouble against Raspberry Jam. Only needs a little bit of space to operate. 4 points on the penalty. Crashed over looking for the hit and got just enough of Raspberry Jam that the skate touchdown on the infield. That's a cut track penalty, and we're going to have a swap in the box for the attackers.
Looks like this will be our first full 2-minute jam of game number 2.
Early in the game, too, we're only 4 jams deep. Starting out past the Crash Nova for the attackers. Hard-hitting blocker, but also a very fast skater. Tried the inside-out move, but Amanda Beard closed out the space enough to force a recycle. Gemini now in there with some help on offense, and the attackers regroup in the rear of the pack. 25 seconds remaining on the jam clock. Crash Nova slides past that asset. And there's a blocking out of play penalty against Raspberry Jam. So she will go to the penalty box once again. And the attackers have the chance to finish out this jam with only their jammer on the track. Another 4 points from Crash Nova. Slow rider head to the penalty box. And the attackers now fighting back into that deficit. 3 points on the second pass for Raspberry Jam. She'll start this one in the penalty box. 8 for the attackers, and they are getting their feet into the game.
So we've got 425 Honey starting off jamming without an opposing jammer. So power jam for the attackers. Start of jam 5.
Jones swooped inside, evaded a helper block from Demand beating for a lead. Now takes a long step once again to the inside, and a nice close down by Pepper Slade to screen out lane 1, and that's 4 points for Doom Honey in the blink of an eye.
Doom Honey making use of the whole track, inside line, outside line, both for 4-point passes.
Raspberry Jam now back onto the track as the Fury trying to close the defense down. Can't do it on that test against Doom Honey. Another 4 points for the attackers. They call off the jam. They lose that pivot right at the end. Pikachu headed to the penalty box. But so far we've got a big jam, the highest scoring jam in here. We're going 12 points for Doom Honey, and the attackers once down by 16. Now close to within 3.
star off and puts it back on. Trying to catch up with Billie Eilish and maybe get a point or two for the Fury. Unfortunately, unable to. Looks like we've got 0 and 0 for that last pass. You got the big bad B against Lydia.
We have had a lead change in our game. The attack is going on top of that point. After that last jam from Billie Eilish, Big Bad Wolfie has something to say about that. We're going to see what size Wolfie's teeth are on. Number 651 shrugs off a hit from Pitbull Princess to make her way through for 4 points. Lydia B still stuck in the midst of things and now going to still the star off to Pitbull Princess. Oh, evades 2 blocks nicely from Badass and Flow Rider. Wolfie is on the charge. She's going to get 4 more points.
We're up for races. We're some faster now.
The Electrics are running here. Pitbull Princess staying bounce for a moment, but now it's going to have to recycle behind to man the beating. Didn't get points off the pass, but Wolfie scoots by to get 4 more of her own. Now a big shot from Kila Queen, forcing a reset. The Fury going to try them up here and run this game through, trusting that Big Bad Wolf can get those points in the bag. And she's doing it right now. He's shrugging off kids. Like Michael Jordan in Game 1 of the 92 finals. And gets another pass. That's 24. On the jam. Another pass here. We are finally closing down the clock. Full 4-point pass for Pitbull Princess after the star pass. 2 more for Big Bad Wolfie. 26 points on the jam for the Fury. And they fling over the century mark in a big way.
Attackers take their first team timeout. Even it's only 11 minutes into the first half, I think there might be some strategy resetting that's going on over that bench.
I think the strategy is take a deep breath and let that last game go.
Yeah, better off leaving behind.
I mean, you can make up points early on. You don't like to give up a jam like that, but it's early in the game. There's still over 18 minutes left in the first half alone. You just have to find a way to claw back in. And if you have a jammer on one side that can get chunks of points, you typically have a jammer on the other team that can get chunks of points.
Yeah, but you can chip away at that needed 1 or 2 points per jam, and next thing you know, we could be all tied up again. After some resetting, we've got number 81. We've got Bout. Just skating right through on the inside line, not even a touch from the attackers. Looked like getting drawn to the back of the back. And roughly knocked out of bounds, but got
Fury over that half-century mark. Now they are 61 points. 232 for the attackers. Got our first shout-out of the evening. Remember, $1 a shout-out. You can send it over to the merchandise table. We love you, Big Bad Wolf, is the word we got from our adoring fans out there. We love you too, fans. For the third straight jam, we got lead jammer 2 and only in the Fury. Billy Ellis working against that. Nice step over the block from Flo Riley to the groove. Animal picks her way through that inside run. Not to be denied, gets 4 points and calls off the jam. So the Fury on a big run here. They've gotten at least one full pass in every jam they've scored in this first half. Lydia B's going to try and capitalize here. Bring the attackers closer into this game. Raspberry Jam already stopping by the attackers. They put a body on immediately. But she's pushing the pack ever forward as they bridge up. And Raspberry Jam finds enough space on the outside to get out the lead.
Lydia B's having a tough time dealing with the Fury defense.
Shoved out by Flo Riley, indeed. The Blackers go down on the inside, so there was a momentary detour that Beats have to take. Raspberry Jam slid to the outside to get away. Star pass here right at the end, the Lightning McQueen, but as the cap was going on, the hand sucks the hips, and that will close out the jam. Raspberry Jam, another nice goal, man. 8 points for the Fury. That's 3 jams in a row. They've held the attackers scoreless.
June Honey, Big Bad Wolf jamming. And the Wolf makes it through the path. June Honey removed the star, and looks like we have a star pass. To Gemini. Gemini is having just as much trouble making it through that defensive pack. And Big Bad Wolf, another 4 points.
Another top quality jam from Big Bad Wolf. 12 points on the run this side. And the Fury are up as well. They're up to 85 points with 13 minutes and just about 30 seconds remaining in the first half of play. Attackers are on a good run, Jack. They're trying to get back on the board after being held scoreless these last 5 jams. Gonna have a whistle here for direction of game plan against Pikachu for the attackers. And Billy Ellis trying to pick her way through the crowd. One Coco in the back, being held back by Beetle Bomb. Billy Ellis with a quick spin move, gets leading, but is knocked out. Gets back in, alert by Billy Ellis, just feel clean but out of bounds. Which gave Billy Ellis room to get back up again. One Coco takes over the top spot though. Attackers at the back of the pack. Billy Ellis going to try and get points here. Crashing over, providing just enough of a distraction on the outside to give Billy some space. And Billy Ellis is through for 4 points. is going to run the jam here, and Glenn Coco tiptoes around the Flash Nova block to get 4 points back. But as Bree went down to the outside, Hellish could come back into play and reestablish connection with the track. So the attackers back on the board. 6 points in that jam before for the Fury.
We got Animal League. We jam for the Fury. He's still stuck in the back. Animal League taking it through. We're off to the races. That's a jam racing going on.
Animal with a couple of great moves, turning both skates parallel to each other, toes pointed one way and the other. Call that an eagle in roller derby, and using that to minimize their space on the outside line, just slide through the empty space on the track. Gemini won the jam here for the attackers, but we had a timeout first. A timeout taken by Team Fury. With 10 minutes and 28 seconds on the board, they lead the attackers 93 to 38. Let's get some time here. If you're ready to save on real estate property taxes, contact Ann Larson at FA Element Limited for a personalized consultation to help you navigate the complexities of the property tax appeal process. They are a woman-owned business that has specialized exclusively in this field for half a century, and there is no fee unless they win. FA Element Limited, and contact Ann Larson. Themselves heard for this Windy City Rovers rookie Gemini, already 8 points in the books. Spin move to the inside, half spin. Takes on Cap Baby, a tough task for Gemini going to force to recycle.
Jam back on the track after serving 30-second penalty for a backlog. And the jam is probably called off. Additional 4 more points. I think that's 12 for the jam.
At times, still on these 12-point jam earlier in the half. And that takes the attackers to the half-century mark in our first half of play.
Loses footing for a brief second, but gets back up and is off to the races, trying to stay ahead of Big Bad Work. scoring 4 points, but
That's a heck of a job by Flipcheck. Big Bad Wolf was in chase down mode. And Flipcheck trusting the defense, poking her way through the inside line, and gets 4 points to the Furies 3.
and Billy Ellis and Glenn Coco. Billy working line to line, trying to get around that tripod. Again, does make it inside line to get the jam for the attackers.
That's Billy's MO, Jack. Just moves, swings it, swings it, swings it back and forth until she finds a little bit of a hole where the defense can't keep up with the pendulum, and then she just moves forward.
Trying to stay off that inside line between 3 and 3, but just lets one toe stop get out and she's dragged back to the back of the bag.
After the star pass to Nikki and Kane, they got that helmet down a little bit too low. Can't use your head to block, and that's a power jam for the attackers. The team in the bright blue with the gold is trying to take a bite into that Fury lead that was created by Big Bad Wolf. Really helped couple of beat Glenn Coco working with Flo Rider, and Billy switches sides. Oh, Flo doing some great work to slow down Billy Hellish, but not quite enough to hold her down forever. Another 4 points. Jam taking down to the close. Billy Hellish 1 foot down. Standing on that final pass. No points for the Fury on the last pass. Officials are discussing the tally. 4 more for the attackers. 12 points in the jam. And they've run off 28 points in the last 3 jams and closed into a 30-point game. Animal Lee out fast for the Fury, but a lightning fast star pass to Doom Honey. Lydia beats Jam, but now it's Doom and Animal
Jammer action.
avoids that block from Doom Honey, but calls off the Jam. No harm, no foul. Fury maintain their 30-point lead. That was an excellent pass by the attackers. Yo, but it was almost too fast to see.
We got Gemini and the Big Bad Wolf heading up Jam 17. Both teams in full strength. And it's the whistle, we're off to the races.
Team squeezing the Big Bad Wolf. So strong and also so nimble to move through the smallest pockets of space to get lead. Gemini now out into the open space as well. And the attackers have their blockers at the front of the pack. They're trying to outrun Big Bad Wolf. They get a squeeze in. Crash Nova forced the call off and they push to the inside. Alertly called off from Big Bad Wolf. 2 points for the Fury. They're taking a couple jams off and scoring, but now back onto the board, inching closer to that century mark.
There we've got Lydia Beat and Raspberry Jam. A lot of posturing from the blockers at that jam line. Trying to come up with the right move for the right jammer. And it works for Raspberry Jam, taking the lead for the Fury. getting back, trying to score some points, while Lydia Beats is still stuck on their initial pass.
Ball out there at the top of the pack. Lydia Beats is through. Raspberry Jam through as well. Calls off the jam. Nice 4-point jam for the Fury. Getting Raspberry Jam out after some good work. Some good help from the defense as well. And the Fury click over the century mark. 102-66. Under 3 minutes remaining in our first half of play, folks. I know you're going to be ready to jump out of your seats and head to the concession stand as soon as this first half is done. But we got a lot of play left. Doom Honey looking for some immediate contact with Animal League, who evades one blocker, splits two more, and did like a jump spin to the inside. Not exactly how you draw it up. There's recycle now.
And it's an extremely effective tripod in Fury, being led by Demand Meeting.
Doom Honey going over the back of Jimmy Weezy, over the trunk, I should say, trying to maintain their footing and could not quite do it. Has to recycle here. And there's a penalty here on Animal League to call this blocking a high. Also a penalty assessed to Crash Nova. So no pivot for the attackers, but a power jam opportunity here. Lead cannot be avoided. Once the cap is taken off for a star stash or a potential pass, that jammer cannot get lead. So this jam will go the full 2 minutes, and I believe it was almost to the break.
Doom Honey fighting and fighting and fighting to get through that Fury back, and finally does. Makes it on track and trying to score some more points for the attackers. Once again, stuck behind them. Wonderful tripod in Fury. Putting on a defensive clinic right now.
The golfing buddies, we call this one, Lowrider and Cat Navy along with Demand the Beating. They love to hit the links together in the summer, along with Code Green from the Hells Bells. Some of the grand true trivia that I'm giving you on the microphone as Doom Honey gets through for 4 points.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a conference going on for the officials. We got an official review, just reviewing. Looks like some points in the way that they were assessed. Gotta make sure we get that right going into what could be the last jam of the first half.
A boom here for both teams. They do not have to use a timeout to stop the clock. As we are set on 23 seconds remaining in the first half of play. You can be sure that both of these teams wanted to get at least one more jam in. And I don't think they would have been able to count on the preview between jam's clock not running out before, so they would have had to use their timeout or official review. So we'll close things out almost as we started. Big Bad Wolf is in the second jam, Billy Hellish in the first. Those will be our jammers to close the first half. Folks, if you see anybody would be asking me about roller derby signs out in the crowd, make sure you go up to them and tell them that you know everything about roller derby there is to know. Otherwise, if you don't, get in with them and get your information. Get the 411, as we used to say eons ago, back when you still changed the channel on the TV with your hand, not with the phone. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, the channel, yeah, with the clicker.
And you channel 3 to play your Nintendo.
Yes, what y'all know about turning to channel 3 with the AV cord plug-in? Y'all don't know about that. Y'all don't know about putting the antenna on your head to get a better signal. Let's see the antennas are working for our jammers here. The antenna's up for Big Bad Wolf. She gets lead. Billy Hellish is tuned to Channel 3. She's not far behind. So the Fury close out the half just about as they started, getting an unopposed point scoring jam. 4 points for Big Bad Wolf. And the end of the first half of play, the Fury with 106 points. The attackers still within shouting distance with 70. All right, Jack, 30 minutes in the books. We don't do predictions, but what did you see that you liked from those teams that first half?
The Fury have been doing a fantastic job on defense. They've got their tripod down to an almost form right now. And then use that fourth blocker to play Hannah to help out the Jammers. So this is like a very cohesive defense for Fury. And the Jammers and the attackers are struggling to come up with a way to overcome those strong blockers.
Well said. Very good analysis. We've got under 15 minutes on the clock to go. Remember, we are raffling off our last 4 posters for the Juana Rumbel Cup. We've still got shout-outs available for purchase at the merchandise table. The concession stand, it looks like it's closed for the night. So I'm sorry if you didn't get some sweet home run and pizza. But, if you still need to be fed, we want to see you in the after party at Reggie's Rock Club down on the south side, 2120 South State Street, in the heart of Chicago. We're going to see you there later. But for the time being, folks, we need to rest our voices. We'll take a little break, and we'll see you back here summer. Rumble Cup poster. Our first winner, Mona Barbera. I'm going to assume that's Mona with two hands, Barbera, or Barbara. Mona, you've got us one a commemorative Juana Rumbel Cup poster. Head over to the merchandise table and pick it out. Make sure that we can do this right. Our next winner, Sophie G or Beetlebomb. Beetlebomb is playing the game right now, but Beetlebomb is one they want to run with the poster. Beetlebomb, don't leave the bench to get your poster. Wait until after the game. All right, we got 30 seconds left for our final winner. All right, our final winner of those commemorative posters, Hannah Reese. Hannah Reese, if you're in the building, get yourself up to the merchandise table and get your commemorative poster. Maybe everybody put their name in the cup. It's a Hell's Bells cup, which you can also buy at the merchandise table. We appreciate you for coming out to our 2025-26 final. Shout out to our most valuable bell sponsored by Furious. And shout out to our players here who are just starting the second half of play. Billy Hellish for the Attackers and Animal League for the Fury and Animal League. It's lead.
Bill Evans makes it through the pass, their initial pass. And Animal League calling it off after getting 4 points for the Fury.
We got a shout out this time there to the Fury. Show them your fury. Good luck. We still got time for shout outs at the merchandise table. $1 a piece. Can't buy too much with $1 these days, though, can you, Jack?
To make fun, what do you think a lot is?
Like one of double bubble.
Okay.
One zebra cake, I think, is still 75 cents.
Half zebra cake, not even a 2-pack?
No, man. Just a one big zebra cake. Doom Honey Jamming here for the Attackers. Going to have to try and chase down Big Bad Wolf, who is leading for the Fury.
Takes it through the pack, gets 4 points for the Fury, and holds the Attackers 2-0.
Remember we got that shout out for Big Bad Wolf in the first half. If you want to shout out your favorite skater or referee or non-skating official or coach in the turn, you can do that at the merchandise table. You can even shout out your favorite coach like Jay. Shout out to Jay.
Alright, we got flip check, Glenn Coco jam. Flip check stuck behind that tripod of the Fury. Being drawn back to the back of the pack. But Glenn Coco making it back to the pack for some points and goes by on the inside of trick number 1 without being touched. Unfortunately, flip check is getting sent in the box with 30 seconds. So, that gives the Fury a power jam.
Attackers defense trying to get together, get some help, pass and block there from Keela Queen and Pinky in the paint. The call was coming from the bench to end the jam a little early. Glenn Coco does so, freezing, flip check in the box. Power start opportunity here for the Fury. And they put another 8 points on the board. 8-point jam for Glenn Coco.
Raspberry Jam, starting on the power jam situation for the Fury. Looking to their teammates for a little bit of offense right off the line.
Fury setting up with a late sweep. Disco Brawl cuts that off. Walling up on Vigilante momentarily. But Raspberry Jam squeezes past Pitbull Princess to get in fully. Flip check not to be out to enforce in the infield, then boulders right back onto the track to get out free. Raspberry Jam steps over a potential block on the inside line, gets 4 points. It's off.
I was really close to the Apex jump. I don't know if I'm going to give it, but it was really close.
Apex step, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
Apex scooter. Apex manual if you're a skateboarder.
We got Lydia Beats and Emma Lee.
Looking to break through on spot, find some space, shrugged off a block from Gemini, and got through on the outside this time for Lee. Lydia Beats had some daylight for a moment, but was swallowed up once again here by the man to beat it. Animal Lee gets around Gemini, almost enough space for the outside, but not quite enough help out. 4 points for Animal Lee as the Stars pass to Gemini and the attackers.
And getting low and sneaking by on the outside is in number 3 for 4 more points for the Fury.
Fury has scored in every jam thus far, and they have managed to keep the attackers off the board as they push their lead to 64 points. Under 25 minutes remaining in our game.
We got the Big Bad Wolf and Billy Hellish jamming in jam number 5 for the second half.
Will be rising blockers apart. Like Nicholson trying to get through that door in the Shining. And gets Lee Jammer.
It looks like Billy Hellish taking a seat in the penalty box, which gives the Fury a power jam.
This is a big time chance for the Fury to put this game in the box early. It's 4 points for Big Bad Wolf. Remember, she scored 26 points in one jam alone in the first half. Makes contact with the middle of the pack. Multiplayer block called on Pitbull Princess headed to the penalty box. Pack spread out just for a moment, then comes back together. Power jam closes Billy Hellish back onto the track. 8 points up so far for Big Bad Wolf. All the action moves towards the inside line. And Big Bad Wolf does what you should do. Goes around the track. Scores 4 more points.
That's real good track awareness and awareness of where your blockers are, so you know exactly you're going to make that hole for you.
Wolfie tried to take the space that wasn't there on the inside. Came back, not called and called it. Look a little look of chagrin, like, the space was there and then it wasn't. But still 16 points on that jam. Another big money jam for Big Bad Wolf. Doom Honey gets Glen Coco, and Doom Honey gets lead for the attackers. They've got their first lead of the second half. Glen Coco steps around the block from Gemini to get free as well. Gemini trying to stifle demand of beating as Doom Honey goes over a blocker. Gets around Full Rider momentarily, tries to chase him down. But that's 4 points to Drew Honey. Glenn Coco threw in earnest for 4 points as well. Drew Honey with a drag step around the outside for 4 points. And Glenn Coco using that asset to screen gets 4 as well. Both jammers using the anything you can do, I can do better to their advantage here. Glenn Coco takes a quick shirt whip. And now is jammed up by Lightning McQueen and Gemini. Somebody trying for the ambitious apex jump. And now the defense coming together in earnest here, but Joe Honey works her way through. For 4 more points, 16 points here for the attackers. You pick a first jam to score it, you better make it big, and that's what the attackers are doing here. On Coco matching, Drew Honey almost step for step with 12 points up. That's 4 more points though for Doom to close out the jam. 20 points to get the attackers on the board in the second half. 12 and a nice jam for Glenn Coco as well. 162 to 90 is our score. 20 minutes left to play.
Billy Ellis, the jam for the attackers. However, Raspberry Jam high on their tail. Off to the races we go. And Billy hitting it and putting it and getting 1 point. And also Raspberry Jam getting 1 point.
1 point on each for each of our teams here. Very quickly, we'd like to thank Tina Delight, multiple award-winning tattoo artist from West Branch Tattoo in London Square. She works in any style and is always looking to add to her clientele. So go to West Branch Tattoo and see Tina Delight.
Alright, we got Lydia Beats and Animal. Jamming. And a star pass right off the bat to Jamming. Jammer on jammer action. Oh, here we go. Oh!
They're going at it like Broncos do. Pack slowed down. I think they slowed down for a second to take a look at things. Animal P got the better of that exchange. Got just enough space on Gemini. It gets the single tally.
And smiling from ear to ear.
See, I never know if it's a smile or if it's just a white mouth guard, though. Animal, you're smiling. Is it a smile or is it the mouth guard? I'm gonna go with the mouth. Is it the mouth guard? It's a smile. It is a smile. She's smiling, folks.
All right.
That would have been heartbroken if it was a frown. Force out there by Cat Magby at the start of our 10th jam of the second half. Makes the recycle force on flip check and gives Nick Bad Wolf the room for lead.
Flip check stuck behind yet another solid tripod from Fury. Still trying to get Kuhn back on their initial pass.
No block call there on Pikachu. Force Nick Bad Wolf to the inside, no, that's the recycle, but now we're going to have a penalty against flip check. And there's the situation for the Fury. They got Power Jam with Big Bad Wolf. Already 4 points in the book. And they force to the inside of the attacker's blockers, clears out the outside for another 4-point pass.
Jam is a lot of fun when you don't have to fight for the pack.
Right? It looks so easy when you're just kind of skating around. I would say it looks easy. Wolf is like, just taking very measured breaths. It looks so easy sitting here at this table. Now the attacker's trying to gum up the word spear, pepper slay with disco brawl, Pikachu, and now Pitbull Princess into the mix. Under 20 seconds left in the jam as Flip Check comes out of the box. Wolfie shrugs off that his Pitbull Princess is trying to take her outside. Could not quite get there. Wolfie trying to get those final points. Did get all 4 on the last pass. And that's another 16-point jam for Big Bad Wolf. Lydia needs one that they take on the line here for the attackers against Glenn Coco.
Lydia needs to be drawn to the back of the pack by number 14 from Yuri. That's the restart all over again. And looks like Glenn Coco has taken the jam for the Fury. But number 14, the Flow Rider, will be spending 30 seconds in the penalty box.
Four-point jam for Glenn Coco after the star was passed. And a timeout taken here. Timeout taken by the attackers. That is their second charge timeout. They trail at 184 to 91, 14:52 on the clock.
Another shout out to another sponsor, Magnifico Coffee Roasters and Coffee Shop. Family is at the heart of the Magnifico Coffee Roasters, inspired by our passionate, creative, and independent-spirited Abuelta. Then, we come together to create something deeply personal that everyone can enjoy. Family-owned, Colombian-owned, independently owned Magnifico Coffee is a celebration of connection, culture, and community in every roast and in every sip.
We got a couple of shout outs from our merchandise table. We still got time for those if you want to set them up here. To WCR, thanks for standing up and being inclusive every day and always, much appreciated. And to announcers, you do good job. I'll take that. There's some syntax missing there, but you know, thank you. We always good on mic.
Microphone good.
Lead jammer to Billy Hellish on this jam is Raspberry Jam with a hot step on the inside to get out. Pitbull Princess working on Cat Make trails Billy Hellish. Skips 4 points going to the outside line and calls off the jam. Second scoring jam for Billy Hellish this half. And the attackers score 4 on the pose. They're trying to close in on that century mark now. They're down 184 to 95. Directions from the bench, and they're going to take a timeout here. That is their second charge timeout of the game, I should say. So both teams now with a timeout remaining, and they also still have their official review for the second half of play. 184-95 our score. see as the Attackers fans come to life in the crowd. I just noticed that Animal Lee's jersey says scam likely. So if anybody was wondering who's calling your phone at all hours of the night, it's Animal. It's right there. There's the telemarketer of your nightmares. It was like a treat for our blockers on the Attackers. This is the telemarketer, and they get to legally, bounce them around. Who never thought?
114, done.
Speaking of bouncing around, Gemini bounced to the outside, comes back into the pack. And there is the cut track call that Cat Baker was trying to draw. Power jam opportunity here once again for the Fury. And Animal Lee is lead jammer.
Looks like Dumont is in the penalty box as well, so that leaves the Attackers 2 seaters short.
Animal tested the outside line once, couldn't get past Crash, and tested it again, and then faked moved to lane 3 to get through 4 points. You see the early offense there by Demanda beating, walling off lane 4, while Animal Lee was still about 25 feet away. Great awareness to get another 4 points on the board.
So that's Gemini's initial pass. No points for the Attackers this jam, but looks like we got 4 more for the Fury.
4 more points apiece, 12 in total. Fury nearing the double century mark. They've opened up a 101-point lead.
All right, we've got the Big Bad Wolf and Lydia Beats jamming. The Wolf trying, and it makes a small opening right through the inside of lane. And turn number 2 takes lead jam for the Fury. Lydia Beats still stuck in the pack, trying to make their initial pass, but the Wolf makes it through untouched for 4 points for the Fury. Coming back around to the pack is the Big Bad Wolf. And just zooming around all of the Attackers' blockers.
It's just a smooth step in, and it's like the hokey pokey. It's like you take a step in and you take a step out.
That's what it's all about.
It's true.
Lydia Beats makes it through the pack. It has to go back and pick up the star.
Gotta leave no trace. That includes on the roller derby track. Force out right at the tail end of that jam. We're going to call it off. Gets another 12 points though. But Fury do indeed eclipse the century mark. 1 more point on that final pass. So 13. I don't know, is that lucky or unlucky? That would be 12 to 13.
And Billy Ellis jamming for the Attackers, and number 44, Glenn Coco, jamming for the Fury. That's the jam for Billy. And unfortunately, Glenn Coco is in the penalty box, so that is a power jam for the Attackers. Billy Hellish making quick work of the pack on the initial power jam pass. Coming back through. Trying inside line, trying the outside line. Some fancy footwork coming into turn number 3. And makes it around.
pushed out onto the track. Forced out by the man to beat him, but only 2 blockers available for both teams. Coach calls off the jam, 4 more points in the books. And I believe Demanda beating by the caught a penalty late. There's going to be a penalty out of the tail end of that jam. So 2 blockers in the box for both teams. And we do have an official timeout on the track. 12 points that last jam for the attackers. They get 12 points from Billy Hellish, and they're at 107 points, 209 for the Fury. Exactly 9 minutes remaining on the clock. Chicago medicine is at the forefront of healthcare every day. With convenient locations across Chicago and Illinois, deliver world-class patient care close to home. For family specialty and pediatric care, Chicago medicine is here to take care of you. Bit of an update at the close of that last jam as Raspberry Jam takes on Flip Check. Blue 224 for the attackers crashed on the receiver, 7th penalty, and is disqualified from the remainder of the game. Junior lead jam for Raspberry Jam, but Flip Check with the Eric Jackson-like strides coming around the track. Watch out to prepare for those Winter Olympics, folks. You get to see Eric Jackson, speed skater and roller derby veteran extraordinaire, take the track for the U.S. You're going to have a couple points there for Flip Check in the trailing position. And there is going to be a penalty for Raspberry Jam. You cannot deliberately skate out of bounds to avoid contact. So there is a penalty at the close of the jam, and the Fury will be starting this next jam without their jam on the line. We also have an official review request for the attackers, so they're going to use their second half official review. So again, that leaves both teams with the one official review remaining here in our second half of play. The Fury are up on the attackers by 100 points with 8 minutes and 26 seconds to go. And I know you already filled out the center square on your Shamingo card, but anything can happen in roller derby, folks. Games turn at the drop of a hat, the flip of a dime, at the wave of jazz hands from Good Honey. You never really know what can happen. Sometimes the fans raise their signs and make a wish and it happens. So attackers fans, if you got your signs, raise them up and make your wishes. You can make them out loud too. This is not a tooth fairy situation. Make your wishes out loud, loudly, so we can hear it. for 17 jam on the second half. Nice work by Keelan Queen and Jimmy Weasley, but Drew Honey evades the traffic and gets lead for the attackers. Demand the beating out of the penalty box. Drew Honey slides to the outside. Oh, Cat Maybe was there to stop him. Drew shoots through the middle of the two blockers to get 4 points. Didn't see the penalty of Jimmy Weasley heading to the penalty box now. Not a big new call very often with the penalties, I gotta say.
Okay. I'm going home. I'm going home now. I just saw the great display of tonight.
Did you ever see somebody avoiding him in mid-air?
Wow.
With the arms and legs and Kimbo waving to the outside. Gets another 4 points. That is 12 on the board, and a starting out pass to Demand the beating. As Raspberry Jam came out of the box and closed things out, but could not find any purchase. And we're getting one of those Drew Honey beast jams. As Jam goes down to the back of the pack, tripped up by his teammate. And Gemini immediately comes back to work on it. Big slow down. Nice work by the Fury there, slowing things down and not giving a lot of space for somebody to work. And Demand a beating with a nice block there. Forearm call against Pitbull Prince is going to send them to the penalty box. Some questions there for Demand a beating to win. And that was a very, very, very clever move as the star was passing Demand a beating. That 20-foot rule of engagement does not apply with jammers. And so Van went back 30-some feet and got the cut call. That's a veteran savvy move. Also got 2 points. Man, it's not too late to start jamming on a full-time basis, you know what I'm saying? So the Fury going to turn things on his head for a moment here as they have the hammer to start with only Animal Lee jamming. Whistle goes, jam starts. And Animal, after waiting for a second, making sure the jam had started, gets past on the outside line, past reaches a train for lead. With 16 points to Drew Honey in the last jam. Animal with a pirouette once again around. Peaches gets 4 points. Oh, a nice dipsy doodle fake head and shoulders from Animal Lee, who puts the back wheels up on the outside and stays in bounds. Now getting some of that work from Gemini and Beetlebomb, but gets 4 points. Now Drew Honey is out from the penalty box. The penalty box is clear. Fingers crossed it stays that way. Animal Lee takes a hit from Beetlebomb and calls off the jam. So Fury gets some of those points back from the preceding play. 3 points on the final pass, 11-point jam for Animal Lee. Under 5 minutes in our game here.
All right, we got Millie Ellis, champ, the Attackers, and the Big Bad Wolf for the Fury. Oh, both make it out of the pack at the same time, so we're off to the races, and a little jammer on jammer action. And spinning on their feet, the Big Bad Wolf. Oh!
That was some tough work by Billy Ellis. Now she's calling for some offense here. Pops it out the outside, does go down. Make sure you do not draw the cup goes out of bounds. It reestablishes back inside. Big Bad Wolf, meanwhile, clogged up momentarily at the top of the pack.
And Billy does make it through for a 4-point pass. And the Big Bad Wolf is still stuck in the pack. gets 4 points for the jury, and Billy Hellish gets a penalty for the attackers, giving it a power jam.
Under 40 seconds here to go in the jam. Big Man Bout just trying to grind it out against a relentless attacker's wall. Got Bakery coming up to sacrifice an offense. Firecracker at the top of Hannah Lasher, plugging the gaps for Big Bad Wolf to get through. Nice work by those top 2 blockers in the Fury.
Bill Hellish making through the pack to get 4 points for the Lakers. And the gem is called off. Big Bad Wolf walking an additional point on that last pass.
Official review requested here. Looks like official review requested by the attackers. So this will be their official review request for the second half. 9 points on the last jam, Jack 4 in the Fury. But this is an interesting one as the attackers get called out of OR, asking for the penalty. There's sometimes where if you call the official review and then the officials recognize, oh, you want to call this, we've already reviewed it on our own. You just keep your original. We did see a plus up there though, which typically means that they won the challenge. So this should be according to the scoreboard no matter what, their final official review of the second half.
Yeah, that does sound correct.
We'll see after the results of this. After the results of this game, not only will we have the presentation of our stately Juana Rumbel Cup, as you see right here, we will also have our most valuable blockers and jammers and our most valuable referees and NSOs, so stay tuned for that. And then, of course, join us once again, still on the south side of Chicago at 2120 South State Street for our after party at Reggie's Rock Club. And if you do not have a way down there, the bus for Reggie's will be leaving right after the conclusion of this game. Again, the Reggie's Rock Club bus will be heading down to the after party right after the game is done. So if you don't have a way down there, don't shout out your money for a ride share. Don't put any more money in insert name here's pocket. Hit the Reggie's bus. Oh, and tip your driver. Thank you, Elkie. Elkie, focus on the game. Yeah. I'm not here to tell referees how to do their job. I'm not here to tell referees how to do their job. Fans, we have an announcement. This is out of the ordinary, but if you are in chairs, we ask you if you could stand up out of your chairs, and we need to begin folding those up to get ready for tomorrow's work here at the rink. I know this is out of the ordinary, but we have to make sure that we are ready to pack up and get out the door as soon as we're done. And we ran a bit over during our first game. So please, if you hear this, if you hear my voice, and you're in a folding chair, we're going to be standing room only for these last couple of minutes. We're going to ask you to stand up, fold up your chairs so we can get ready to get them packed up. We still got 2 minutes of game time here left, 2 minutes and 9 seconds to be precise. We'll give it to you. It'll just be standing room like a sold out venue is supposed to be. Lydia beats lead 4, the attackers gets lead right there, gets 4 points. When Coco with the stash, he means the pack end is free. Blackers and Chambers go down. Lydia Beach trying to squeeze past Keela Queen, cannot quite do it. And Drew Honey on the triple pirouette, spun around like a top around Glenn Coco, who gets those 4 points right back. Well under 2 minutes to go here in our game. Lydia Beach looking for another pass. Glenn Coco now into the thick of things as well. Gets a screen from Vicky in the main. No back is called. And Glenn Coco is through for another 4 points. Lydia Beach gets those 4 points. Alden calls off the chair. 8-8, even on our last one. Under a minute to go here in our game, folks. We appreciate you coming out here once again to help celebrate not only this 2025-26 home season for the Windy City Rollers, but the 50th anniversary of the ring. The latest, last, and greatest roller rink inside the city limits of Chicago.
Lead for the attackers. And we have Firecracker Jackson. Maybe get your feet wet for the last jam of the last game of the season. Alright, folks, let's make some noise. We are nearing the end of game number 2. Cheer on your skaters, please. Make your voices heard. Trying to get a few more points in the remaining seconds of this jam.
There's a power jam as well here for the attackers. Power jam comes to an end as Firecrackers out of the pack. Oh, nice maneuver to get around one blocker and the next.
Everyone racing. And that is all. We've got an unofficial scoreboard. Our head referees after this the officials table. Everything checked out and verified.
Firecracker getting a tally as well on there. Firecracker jamming for the first time this bout. Gets a point to close it out. The Village was 16, as you said, Jack. And that will give us an unofficial final score of 240 to 157. Once again, folks, we'll have our congratulations for both teams and our most valuable awards. So please stick around for that. However, if you do have to get to registry, understand, make sure you don't miss out on the bus. And that is our official